Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the BPAA of the USBC, Paul Grimes, and the great staff here at Victory Lanes, I'd like to welcome you to the second round of qualifying for the 2019 US Open. This is A Squad's second 8-game qualifying round. Tomorrow, after B Squad finishes its final 8-game round, the entire field of 144 bowlers will have completed 24 games of qualifying over the past 3 days of competition. We will then make the first of 3 cuts when the top 36 bowlers return on Monday morning at 10 a.m. for an additional 8-game qualifying round. Then, after 32 games of qualifying, we'll make our second cut to the top 24 bowlers who will return on Monday evening at 5 p.m. for the first round of a 3-round series of round-robin match play competition. Easy for me to say. The action continues on Tuesday with 2 more match play rounds. Then after 56 total games of qualifying and match play competition, we'll then make our final cut to the top 5 players who will advance to our nationally televised championship round live on CBS Sports Network. Please join us here on Wednesday at 8 p.m. when we determine our 2019 U.S. Open champion. It's now my honor to introduce the past U.S. Open champions competing on this squad. On lanes 19 and 20, he was the 2012, 2007, 2004, 1991, and 1988 U.S. Open champion. Give it up for PDW, Pete Weber. On 23 and 24, the 2010 U.S. Open champion, Bill O'Neill. On 29 and 30, the 2005 U.S. Open champion, Chris Barnes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. When your lanes come on, bowlers, you may have 1 ball on each lane. of course, when you have your arrows and a full set of pins, you may continue your competition. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause to kick off our last qualifying round of the evening. Thank you. Good luck, boys.
Welcome back, everyone viewing on Bowl TV and streaming, simulcasting over on Flow Bowling. The final squad of qualifying here on day 2 at the 2019 U.S. Open from Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. I'm Daniel Farish alongside Emil Williams Jr. We'll get right into the action, take a look at who we have in front of us to start A squad. Day 2 of qualifying on 23 and 24. Greg Ostrander, Bill O'Neill, Nathaniel Potter, and Brian Robinson. And on 25 and 26, Stephen Hahn, Anthony Nyer, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Matt Sanders. Take a look at how things finished up for C squad, who just got off the lanes about an hour ago. And we talked about Jesper Svensson was leading that block for the squad most of the way until the very end, when Vince Biondo caught fire and took over the lead in the block. Vince led the squad at plus 216 for those 8 games. Jesper at 158 over, Chris Vi 111 over, Dom Barrett 109 over, and Jacob Buttroff finished at plus 102 for those 8 games. Now, as far as their 16 game totals, Dom Barrett led that squad, currently leads that squad at plus 178, Vince Biondo at 139, Jesper at 129, Thomas Larson at 101, Christian Ascona at plus 81, David Samard at plus 79, Chris Vi plus 66, Kyle Troop plus 63, Rhino plus 61, and Packy Hanrahan rounds out the top 10 at plus 59, with just 2 more players plus after 16 games from that squad. Alex Cavagnaro plus 35, and Anthony Lavery Spar at plus 3. Take a look at how those numbers incorporated with B squad, who bowled this morning. Just looking at squads B and C, as you would guess A is in front of you, only 8 games completed. So with those 2 squads, 16 games each, the top 4 spots belong to B squad: Francois Lavoie, Anthony Simonson, Sean Rash, and Ronnie Russell. Then you have 3 players from C squad: Dom Barrett, Vince Biondo, Jesper Svensson. 3 players from B squad: Osku, AJ Johnson, and Andres Gomez is your top 10. Looking at the entire field and sorting it by average, if you want to extrapolate out a possible top 36 cut, which would be your casher's cut, we are looking at an average of 202.69. That is 36th place, with 8 games yet to bowl for these bowlers in front of us. And for 24th, that number is 204.88. Well, Chris, that would be a stark difference from what happened between this morning and this afternoon. This morning, as we know, scores were high. 11 players were plus 100 or better this morning. And let me flip back over real quick. I believe we only had 4 players this afternoon for the block that were over plus 100. Nope, we had 5. 5 players that were over plus 100 for the block this afternoon as opposed to the 11 this morning. So we will see what happens. We had Matt Russo on for about 3 games earlier, and he said that he learned a lot from watching this afternoon squad. He didn't want to give us too much information. I totally understand that. But he said he learned some things that weren't going to work, that absolutely he was not going to try. Maybe some things he had in his mind he wanted to try after the practice session on Thursday, and quickly erased those from his mind. A quick note about Matt Sanders here. Spoke with him just briefly before practice, before they threw their 1 shot per lane on their starting pairs. And once he got about 2 words out, I knew something didn't sound right. He said he woke up with a cold this morning, hasn't taken any medicine. He said he's just going to see what happens. He said, but the good news is I don't have to throw it hard tonight like he did last night. So hoping to not have to exert as much energy in delivering the ball tonight as he did last night. But already off to a rough start. Strikes split, 7 spare, 9 spare, and facing another 3 count spare conversion. Well, Bill O'Neill right on top, about 7, 8, 9, throwing urethane. We saw a little bit of that this afternoon. This morning we saw more resin go down the outside part of the lane, but this afternoon a little bit of resin, a little bit of urethane. Guys basically between 3 and 16 to start, and then it's like, I mean, you can't get much further right than that, and they didn't. But they certainly went further left. We had players crossing 25 by the end of the day, while you had others outside still out around 3, 4, 5. We saw in practice, the practice session, that this pattern allowed players multiple angles of attack, and they attacked it from every possible angle this afternoon. This morning was a little more uniform with one another, more people outside, a few guys inside. Didn't beat the lanes up too bad. That's why the scores were higher, I believe. And then this afternoon, they were just all over the place. Great shot there by Brian Robinson. His U.S. Open allows players to show us their versatility. Brian, not the only one that we saw lofting it over the left gutter yesterday, and now he's playing right up about 3, 4, 5 this evening. Get that 9-pin, Bill O'Neill. It's that kind of hits you need if you want to keep up with your fellow leaders. And really, these guys are chasing Francois Lavoie. Finished at plus 379 for the tournament, 368 alone this morning. Just went on an absolute tear. Belmo and Bill O'Neill want any hopes of catching Francois. They need to each go about plus 200. They are at 177 and 171. Frankie finished at 379, so the math pretty simple there. Plus 202 for Belmo and 208 for Bill O'Neill. Just a heads up, the only foursome we won't see on our featured pairs, of course, we have every pair covered here on Bowl TV. 6 channels available, covering all 12 pairs. But the only foursome we won't see on one of our 2 featured pairs tonight is the foursome of Gene Perez, David Hooper, Dick Allen, and Michael Tang. Everyone else, all 44 of the other players, we will see across one of our 2 featured pairs. This is the only game we will see Bill O'Neill and his foursome. The players on 25 and 26, we will see them again in Game 8. So we can see them when they start, when they're smiling, when they're fresh and they're loose and they're ready to go and they're excited. And then we can see them in Game 8 when they're just not happy about their bowling. Hopefully they're all happy, but the odds are they won't be. Both O'Neill and Belmo echoed the same sentiments when they talked with Jason Thomas and Matt Cannizzaro yesterday following their rounds. Happy with their performance. Nice spare by Nathaniel Potter. Happy with their plus 170 performance yesterday, but they both felt like they left some pins out there. Bill missed a couple single pins, chopped a spare. Belmo, the same, missed a single pin, chopped a couple spares. So it was they were trying their best not to sound too negative after being the top 2 in a squad. And mistakes like what we just saw from Bill O'Neill right there, very rare. It looked like he may have hit his ankle or something at the bottom, but as soon as the ball was off his hand, that trail leg came forward and kind of stopped him, and he reacted as if something happened. Looks like Belmo's opened up this game spare 5-bagger.
He's only kind of good. I've never seen a European ball I'll show you how to make that happen.
Two-time junior gold champion Anthony and I are talking to someone next to us. Made a comment of course Belmo's going to shoot 270 first game. Well, yes, young man, that's what Jason Belmonte does. There's a reason he has 11 majors. Tell you what, though, Anthony keeps up what he's doing, he could have the opportunity to put together a pretty healthy resume himself. Already 2 junior gold championships under his belt. Also has a runner-up and a third-place finish. If memory serves right, Anthony was the 2014 U12 boys champion of junior gold. 2016 and 2017 he finished third and runner-up in the U15 boys division, and then in 2018 he captured the U20 boys division championship. Who knows? Give it 10 years, and maybe some 7-year-old who's a kid who's 7 now, in 10 years will be bowling this, and they'll say, "Well, of course Anthony Nair is going to have 270 the first game." It's funny how things work like that. Pretty good game so far for Anthony. Clean, all strikes and 9 spares. That's exactly what you want at the U.S. Open. See a couple strings on the low end. Looks like Michael Tang, double spare, 6-bagger, 5-bagger, make that a 6-bagger. Potential 279 going into the 10th. Dick Allen on a 4-bagger down there, stepping up in the 9th. And Belmo missed in the 8th frame. Still the potential for something big out there. Oh man, that thing changed direction in a hurry. Nice little reaction from Greg when he walked back. I don't know if he expected the ball to do that or not. As it comes back, I see how it's drilled. Pin under, which means it's going to rev up a little sooner and give you a little more aggressive motion. It's earlier, and that thing, when it got to the dry, it was ready to go. Click on the prompt right there. Check out scores through B and C squad. Scores drastically different between the morning and the afternoon. Curious to see what we see out of this evening squad. I know Matt Sanders not feeling too well, didn't have the best of days yesterday. But he is somebody I've seen firsthand. If he can see a motion he likes with urethane, he can put up some serious numbers. I think it was 2017 at the first block of the Kentucky Open. It was a 6-game block. He went plus 340. I mean, just something insane. O'Neal continues his striking ways. Three-bagger after the chopped 2-8. If y'all get a chance, he's going to hit our featured pair in Game 5. But Nathan Boris' jersey, it's just a jersey with his face, like a million of his face. He's over on 21 and 22. You can't see it from this angle. Or you can switch over to the 19 through 22 channel and take a look. He'll be up in the 10th frame in a little bit. I don't know if I could do that. That takes some self-confidence right there, Nathan. But hey, you know what? You get an awesome person like Maria Jose Rodriguez to marry you. I'd be confident in myself too.
Well said.
I talked earlier about what I liked about a lot of the guys out here and the women on the PWBA tour is their personalities. And I think Maria, based on my 2 months out on the women's tour with you all, no one has more personality than her, is how I'd put it. .221 for O'Neal to open up. Let me flip over to Belmo's down on 37 and 38. Looks like, yeah, spare, five-bagger, spare in the 8th and 9th. So a possibility for 237. For Belmo, the first game. .221 Bill O'Neal, Ryan Robinson. A nice 197 after splitting 2 of the first 3 shots. Nathaniel Potter shoots 158. The highlight of that game was the 1-2-6-8-10 conversion. And Greg Ostrander had a chance for 240s. Mark to stay clean for 220s. He's going to have to bounce one out on this 4-6 in if he wants to achieve that. They do fly here. Can't find the sweet spot. 214. Good first game, but a bad finish after a great start. Meanwhile, next door, young man Anthony Nye are clean. 215. Granted, didn't follow him for all 8 games yesterday, but I did see a lot of him. I don't know if he had a clean game yesterday, so that is a great start to the block for him. Matt Sanders, 191, fighting an illness. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 2 opens back-to-back in the 4th and 5th. in the 190s here with decent count. And Stephen Hahn caught a double but missed a single pin in the 9th, so basically gave the double back. Spare strike here after a 1-2 conversion will give him a 195. So nothing too brutal for the most part for our first 8 players on our featured pairs, game 1 tonight. Joining us for game 2 on our featured pairs over on 23 and 24, Michael Williams II, Brandon Novak, Alfred Wolf III, and Tom Baker on 25 and 26, Tommy Takats, Matt Kuba, Andrew Kane, and the man we so lovingly call 5-time Pete Weber.
Game number 2 off and running. It gives me an opportunity to tell you and remind you that there is a second season, season 2. We'll get that out of Earl's Journey to 900. Some fewer episodes up to this point here in this season, simply because the schedule has been pretty darn busy, as has Earl. So we appreciate those who have tuned in this season. If you are unfamiliar, Earl, our automated robot in the International Training and Research Center. Last year we went on this quest, specifically a journey to shoot 900. We hadn't got there, but Wes Malott gave us the a right, or at least the right blueprint, or so we thought, certainly. And we haven't come close not only to 900, but certainly the great output from West Malott. So we are still on that journey, and we hope you join us. It is Earl's Journey to 900. Be on the lookout for the next episode. It's only in the Backstage channel on Bowl TV. And to get familiar, if you want to look at previous episodes and episodes from last season, I think we did about 17 or 18. You can check those out on bowltv.com as well. Daniel, you look like you're working hard over there. Anytime there's an Excel sheet on your computer, I know it's generally filled with some goodness.
We've been talking about squad strength. And so I am
doing a field average type thing?
Doing a field average. Basically see what the squads are averaging and compare them.
Shot there, Brandon Novak. He's joined by Michael Williams II, Alfred Wolf III, and Tom Baker. That's my kind of cross right there. I could fit right in. They need a junior. On 25 and 26, Andrew Kane, Matt Kuba, Pete Weber, and
Tommy the Cats.
thank you. This is A squad, but the final squad of the day. Daniel Farish, Emil Williams Jr. As you, I don't want to bother you while you're
good.
producing this document.
What's up?
But I'm just curious as you're going through it. Are there any ooh or oh wow moments so far?
Yeah, so far, yes.
Okay.
Like one.
I mentioned in the previous squad toward the end as Mike Kubacki checked in. That's the former collegiate coach for Matt Kuba. And I talked to Matt. What game did you head out last night?
I got up after game 4. And we were out of here by like frame 4 of game 5.
Okay. So game 5 I spoke with Matt. And
yeah, he sat down as I left.
his first year out on tour. And I talked to him about so far his experience, certainly in this event, but his experience overall thus far on tour. And the opportunities that he's tried to take advantage of just really being out here. But one of the takeaways certainly is the learning process never stops, and certainly understanding that these players out here are the best of the best. He's had some success, won a regional title, and is looking forward to continuing some good momentum. Just got married, bought a house. I told him, you're doing some real adulting.
Only thing you want to make sure of, and it's difficult to do this, is when life is busy, there's a lot going on outside the bowling center. Sometimes it takes your focus away, whether you mean for it to or not. That's one thing that professionals in any sport at any level have to balance. And at first, when it all starts going on, it can be hard to do. And sometimes you're focused from your craft, whether it's your full-time job or I don't want to say that bowling at this level is either a full-time job or a hobby, because it's not a hobby. Whether this is your full-time job or it's something you do as much as you can, you've got to be careful and make sure that when you're out here, you're 110%. Not just healthy, but focused.
Trying to catch a quick dinner, but I didn't see, maybe it's just me, but it didn't look like Game 1 produced the type of scores that we saw earlier today. And again, I'm like, oh, sound interesting. Shot. This shot from Pete. First strike of the game. Kuba. It looks like on that pair, and it's probably across the building, but we've seen more washouts, and then also balls that have missed the head pin when making the move going right to left on 25 and 26. Belmo has made the flip from the high end to what is in our playing area, the low end. And he has brought a support crowd with him. And to be quite honest with you, when you think about it, in other sports, the best or most popular player generally draws crowds, and that should be no different here. And tonight, certainly on a Saturday night, come on up and watch the best in the world.
Can't argue with that.
That's good. So it wasn't up for it. No, I'm just playing.
Wow.
Belmo is on 19 and 20. May take a peek over 21 and 22 and 27 and 30. Those are pairs we can sneak over and review a little bit.
Give you a little score update for this squad. Game 1 of this block, Gene Perez, 258, Michael Tang, 257, Cameron Doyle, 249, Kim Bowlby, 246, Belmo, 236, as well as Sean Maldonado, 236. Plus minus numbers overall for 9 games, Belmo, 213, Bill O'Neill, 192, Sean Maldonado, 158, Chris Barnes, 117, Marshall Kent, 104, Dick Allen, 86, Pete, 67, Kim Bowlby, 65, Kyle Sherman, 49, Greg Ostrander, 42. Only 3 other players on this squad are plus after 9 games. Jason Sterner, Michael Tang, Jason's at plus 38, Michael at plus 13, and Brian Robinson at plus 3.
All of our topography talk from earlier has me re-examining what we see on the gutter. But I think sometimes it's just like I think Andrew Kane's just got that one left.
I mean, it could play a part though, because 1, 2, 3 in this house has not looked good on any pattern. Of course, that could be the way the patterns are built, but the topography could also play a part in that. Pete Weber thrilling the crowd back here, ladies and gentlemen.
He's still doing his thing. We'll see if they'll be able to earn a spot. All squads, let's see. After 9, Pete at plus 67.
As far as lane play goes, I'm seeing what we saw this afternoon. I'm not seeing as many people out on the gutter like we saw this morning. I'm seeing a whole smattering of players between 3 and 10.
I feel we saw some folks try it on our feature pairs and to some moderate success. But you could miss left, you could miss right, whatever side of the lane you were on. And that makes it sound like you need to be perfect.
And at some point, you do chalk the difficulty up to it being a U.S. Open. But in another respect, choosing to play the wrong area of the lane or dealing with bad ball motion and simply chalking it up to, well, this is the U.S. Open, is not fair to you, the player. I don't want to say it's a cop-out because no one's looking to cop out of bad ball motion or bad shot making at this level. But you've got to be fair. And you've got to go, okay, is this really the U.S. Open that's causing me to not have half a board in either direction? Or am I maybe in the wrong area of the lane? Do I have the wrong ball in my hand? You know, what am I doing wrong? Because you should have one direction you can miss on a sport pattern. If you're in the right area of the lane for your game and your style, you should have one area you know you can miss. I'm not saying you have 5 boards that direction, but you should have a board or two where you can miss and not pay a 3, 6, 9, 10 penalty.
But that is this event. That's the U.S. Open.
What do you mean?
Well, there is. I almost feel like I didn't hear everything you said.
What I was saying was, see, we're both multitasking here, so we've got it. Yeah, we're both guilty of it. What I was saying is that if you have no room, I mean, and I'm going to exaggerate, if you don't have half a board in either direction, at some point you've got to be fair to yourself and quit saying, well, this is just the U.S. Open, I shouldn't have any room. Yes, this is the U.S. Open, but for a second, take that moniker off of it. This is a sport-compliant oil pattern. On sport patterns, you should have one direction you can miss. If you are in the right area of the lane for whatever matches up to your game, you should have one area. Now, I'm not saying you should have 5 boards that direction, but you should have a board or two where you can miss and not pay a massive penalty.
Thank you. Still going to say, well. It's the U.S. Open. No, I'm just playing. No, I feel you. This could be very rare, but I don't know how many events that are multi-squad where the first squad is always kind of the most dominant in regards to score, higher scores. You know, I feel in most cases after a squad has bowled and, you know, their subsequent squads to still compete and they get a chance to watch and what they would feel will be the right moves and to produce higher scores. I don't know, it could be 2 days in a row, honestly, where the A squad, and not necessarily the A squad on paper, but the first squad of the day,
Right.
could be the most, the higher scoring squad, which to me is relatively uncommon. Beat Novak back on it here, strike in the 9th frame. Michael Williams the second. We're seeing him for a minute at the Women's Championships back in 2017. He was out working the booth. Mentioned before, Alabama State. Former Alabama State assistant. Tom Baker showed an opportunity and a very good one here, 9th and 10th frame.
Carlson carry. There you go.
That's it. They come back, they chuckle. That's a good one. Boy, was that good from Andrew Kane. Drew has made a few shows here on tour. Of course, former USBC president. Speaking of life now off the lanes. We'll read a few names for you, Daniel. We talked about, or you asked about Andrew Kane's college alum. where he bowled collegiately, right? A couple
Yes.
days ago, or probably
Yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah.
That's at Arizona State. And so just pulled up the top averages. The top players. This is the 2000-2001 season. And that's the first couple names. Actually, the first three names. Scott Norton. Got himself a title. 231. Bill O'Neill. 226. Andrew Kane. 224.
All I heard was that college back then was walled up for the lefties. Tom Baker just scouted the 4-pin off the wall with the head pin into the 10-pin. Watch this.
Wow.
Half pocket hit, scouts the head into the 4, goes into the 10.
PDW trivia. Coming up, 10th frame. So you've been warned. Don't forget, folks, bowl.com/US Open is your home for all of your information needs. You can also check out PBA.com for some event details as well, along with news, notes, ticket info, and schedules for upcoming events, and certainly the 2020 schedule. We all know about Who Do You Think You Are, I Am, but who did Pete Weber defeat in the title match at the 2012 U.S. Open? Daniel has discussed this this title match this week, so if you were paying attention to what he said and who he talked about, you will definitely know the answer. Pete Weber's going to have a clean professional game. I have all the confidence he'll go ahead and make this 2-pin. Kyle Sherman down there with Jason Belmonte crossing together. That's a good pair. Meanwhile, Belmo struggling here in game number 2. Looking at most 165. He's got the first one in the 10th. When will we might see Belmo?
That's exactly what I was looking up.
Now it's what might we see Kyle Sherman do?
Belmo, we're going to see game 6. He's going to be just to our right next game, however.
Okay.
And you said the Shermanator?
He's crossing with.
They are.
Belmo.
We'll see Kyle game 6. But next game, he'll be right next to us.
Okay. Why, thank you. Pete gives a look at a different bowling ball. 192 for Pete. Wow. All right, game 2 in the books. Pardon me.
You're good, E.
Game 3. Well, you never know what you might see or hear. It's the U.S. Open, Daniel, I'm telling you. They drum up things, man.
Yes.
The tournament drums up things to kind of throw you off.
This is the U.S. Open.
I'm telling you. You don't want to believe me. I'm not sure if Aaron deployed the trivia results. I'm sure he did.
He did,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, Marshall Kent. Nathan Ruiz. Cameron Doyle. And Kim Bowlby on 23 and 24. Greg Thomas. Roy Davis. Graham Fa and Tom Doherty. That's an interesting look from Cameron Doyle. Very similar to what we saw Greg Ostrander do on this pair. And actually, Greg's bowling ball really showed you that somewhere down the lane there was a little bit of bank off the gutter. And I don't know if it was just his bowling ball and his attributes that are able to produce such a ball reaction. But Cameron throwing urethane, yeah, he didn't like that shot, but the recovery, I can't say I did not expect that. So I'm much looking forward to this game here from Mr. Doyle. Same thing with Marshall, although using reactive, but still in the right, and I'm saying right as in, right of 10, part of the lane. Looks like some folks heard some music in the background in the chat.
Did you hear any music?
Yes. I believe there was some music coming from the background and behind us in the center. I think they took care of it, though.
Sure sounds like it.
I want you to watch, and you may not get the best angle because Cameron's on the left lane. I want you to watch his shot here.
Eyes left. Well.
Indeed it was. It was not hit the same target down lane on 24.
He knew I wasn't going to have a good angle, so he said, why not? Why bother? I appreciate that, Cameron.
Last time we saw my man Roy Davis, yesterday, that left lane on 23. I don't know if it was yesterday or the PTQ. But I get the days confused. That left lane was just not kind. I may have just been given the best name pronunciation I've ever heard in my life.
Oh.
From Nathan. Rouet Lejoie.
Okay. Rouet Lejoie.
Lejoie. He said, very much just like Levoix, but with a G. Rouet Lejoie.
Okay.
I don't know if Brian McLean's listening, but shout out to Brian. Just because. Hashtag Team Canada.
Well, if Lejoie can bowl like Levoix, he'll be in good standing after tonight.
Yeah, I think so. All right, so we'll watch Katie here one more time.
All right. Hit your target, son.
Oh, that's got a chance. Watch it. Watch it peel.
He got that. It was about 6, 7 at the arrows, out to about 5. I was thinking he was going to project it a little further right. Maybe the ball just stopped going right sooner than he intended. I would say he's probably got another board or two he can move with his feet before he runs out of carry room with that ball.
I asked him what he was looking at, speaking of Cameron. He said 7-8. The reason that caught my eye was because it was similar to what we saw game 1 with Greg Ostrom.
Mm-hmm.
And although Greg was throwing reactive and he was further left, there was a couple shots where, especially that one shot where he came back and kind of gave that expression like, whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was out there kind of thing. And I saw Cameron's shot in frame 2. Just immediately feel, although a little flat, but that type of friction generally kind of stands out. Which made me curious, okay, was that an accident? Was he not trying to do that, and here's the result? Sometimes you stumble upon things, not only in real life, but certainly in bowling.
Yeah, based on where his angles are, like where his feet and his shoulders are, I don't know that he meant to get it as far right as what you may have seen, but that last shot certainly looked good and shows that if he's got a board or two to the right, don't do it, Marshall. It's only the second game, bro. You don't want to bowl 6 games with a ripped jersey.
I feel him on that, though.
Yeah, so do I.
Just like he talked about. That shot is not worthy of that.
Oh.
But you pay the penalty, man.
Uh-oh, boy.
Elmo rebounding immediately, 4 in a row. Come back talking to Jim Callahan and Tim Mack. Good run at it, Marshall. Open in the 5th. No, TF. Of course, we got to watch Kim because Cibolaby's left-handed. Good shot. Good to see what spare conversion that was for Mr. Sterner.
210.
210 converted. Sean Maldonado over there starting the front 4 for a split. And Cameron Foster with the front 6. All right, Cameron
That one got to 3-4. Oh,
Wow. I mean, good Lord.
that's something you can work with right there.
Ooh. Ooh. That got me excited. I think Daniel, I've been sitting here talking about this right for almost 2 full days worth of bowling at this point. And I've been, talking about stuff, and obviously we got to figure out what we're seeing, etc. But I've mentioned, man, I think I want to bowl.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the reaction I saw, I think that's actually what really did it. That's something, if I was bowling and I saw what happened in Cameron's second frame, and I saw his ball do what it did and go, oh, wait a minute. That's how I viewed that, as if I was him, if I was competing. And then all of a sudden it started to kick in, like, wait a minute, I can make this work. Like, I know I can. That was one of the best shots I've seen in a long time. I don't by anybody. We'll see what happens here if we can continue on. Meanwhile, to our left, Cameron Foster, front 7. So, of course, Cameron Rookie of the Year. PBA. His, I won't say his professional career started because that wouldn't be true, but the name Cameron Doyle became, it was pushed out, of course, into the bowling spotlight because he was doing great things at such a young age, cashing in regionals and cashing and making the U.S. Open. As Belmo, 5 in a row now to our right. We picked the right places to put some cameras. So we've got a front 7 we can cut to. We've got a front 5 we can cut to. Right now it's Cameron Doyle looking for 3 in a row, right lane. Push a little. Wow. That right there. That's excellent. I believe that's what I've been looking for and thought I might see more of since this morning. And I think back to Simonson, the righty with urethane, although two-handed, but with urethane in that same area as Cameron. Early.
Right.
In the block. Meanwhile, Marshall really had a good beat, I thought, on this pair. And since that 4-9, he's had some tough combos. And now a 2-4-8-10. Let's quickly get you to Cameron Foster. And he's got the front 8. Well, how about Belmo? Belmo working on the front 5, and he will step back. Rouen Lejoie. Nathan is my new best friend.
Ah, boy.
I think he is trying to get his ball in the same vicinity down lane as Cameron's. But I think he's just kind of missing early.
Looks like he's starting it from further in as well. That's left. That's a carry.
Got to take that.
Belmo in the 6th. Light 248 as the crowd goes, oh.
I think, Sunday? Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Sunday.
Tomorrow starts, or I should say the crew will be here, the full, and I don't know how full or how large the crew is, but in regards to his Netflix documentary, filming will begin tomorrow.
Cameron Foster up on the front 9. Oh, man.
Well, now he's on the front.
I just predicted what he was doing.
And you were correct.
Yeah.
All right, back to Marshall. This is game 3, right?
Yes. Because we have game 10 results up on the screen. Look at that thing just push all the way down the back end of the lane.
When we talked to Rob yesterday, we were talking about sometimes players have been balling up. Do you think Marshall balled up in that situation? Because I feel like he was throwing it well, but it was the back end reaction that was beginning to cause the trouble.
That ball didn't. That ball right there did not do him any favors. That thing, from the moment it started transitioning down the lane, did not give me any indication that it wanted to turn over and strike.
Quietly over there, Chris Coltso. He went double 8 spare, then 5 bagger. All right, Cameron Foster. Up with the front 9. All right.
Okay.
Nice break for him. Got to keep an eye on Kyle Sherman. Sherman doing some work over there along with Belmont. All right,
Here's
back to Doyle, excuse me.
KD.
Oh, Peel. Peel. Bang.
Little change in angle from Marshall Kent there. Didn't give away the pocket as early off his hand.
Camera phones are out for Cameron Foster. Front 9. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm late.
We're on that front 9 bug, aren't we? Woo!
Front 11. Excuse me.
About time for you to go home, bro.
Might be. This is not my first bowling event, I promise. Believe it or not, I've had the front 11 once or twice as well. We'll leave it here with Cameron. Two Camerons doing work. One with a C, one with a K. About that. Cameron Foster, 300 here at the U.S. Open, the first of the tournament. And it comes in Game 3, Day 2 of the A Squad, a former William Penn graduate. National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association All-American, NAIA All-American. And Doyle. His momentum stopped as you take a look at Chris Barnes while we're still here. Wow, what a battle. Jason Sterner. Do we have his score?
What do you want?
I'm looking for, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Jason Sterner didn't strike until the 8th frame. He had 4 splits. He made 1 and throws 4 in a row to get into the 180s. Meanwhile, Doyle with a 4-9 opening on 23. Nice shot there from Jason Sterner. We talked about saving games earlier. This game has really turned into an interesting one for Marshall. Well, it started off very promising. And even you had to deal with the carry issues, but you kind of work your way through that. That 4-9, you really started to think about, okay, how can I make this happen?
That 4-9 completely changed the trajectory of this game for him. It was like after that, if one of those two had fallen, he would have just kept continuing to probably make small moves and try and find a way to catch a double, get in the 2-0s. But after the 4-9, I don't know if internally he panicked or just let that frustration kind of bleed over. But that frustration cost him 5 frames.
If you're just joining us, this is Game 3. We just had the first 300 of the event. If you're joining us on Bowl TV or Flow Bowling, we are simulcasting this week. Emil Williams Jr. with Daniel Farish. Again, 300 by Cameron Foster. From Eagle Mountain, Utah. Cam made a move, or excuse me, Marshall made a move out to the right. I've seen him make moves and play 5 and 4 and throw it extremely hard. One of his strengths is to pick up his ball speed. He can do it very well. Obviously frustrating that, and watching him kind of go through this. That was definitely a frustrating game. It's one that, you're a shot away, a board or two away from it going in a potential different direction.
Yeah, what he was trying to do there in the fill, I think he can play a break point of out there. He was too straight to it.
Nice clean open hand at the release for Cameron Doyle.
What did KD do in the 9th?
4-9. Yeah. 4-9, which, to me with urethane, you got one that just started a touch early. That means it's making its move already, and never quite goes, left from the side roll perspective. It's going forward, and so it's just going forward to the head pin. Well, this game here, it's weird to say he's only going to potentially shoot 223. This was much more than 223 to me. Well, some excitement. 300. We've seen we got a good close-up view at two players navigating an area of the lane. The nooks, the crannies, the twists, the turns. As some good people like to say, the peaks, the valleys.
Solid game by Graham Font, 246 right next door. His motion down lane was a little questionable, but the ball carried when it got there, so you don't change a thing.
That's a happy trade.
Yes.
Until obviously that carry goes away, but you almost, I'm sure that's one of those things, right? You have to think about that, or if you see that, you recognize it. It's in the back of your mind as if you're thinking to move ahead, right? All right, carry may or may not be okay, but it's carrying right now. That may change. What's my next move? So are you thinking about those things sometimes when you're in an event?
Yeah. You want to try and stay a step ahead of the transition, but you got to be careful, because then you start looking for identifiers to tell you to make a move when you don't need to make a move, and sometimes that causes you to preemptively make an adjustment that you don't need to make while you're trying to search for perfect ball motion. I'd rather have questionable ball motion and carry than great ball motion and no carry. Just sometimes it's okay to not try to be incredibly smart and just throw the ball. Just shut your brain off. If you're striking, shut your brain off and go repeat shots. And the minute the ball misbehaves, then you can turn your brain back on. Get a chance here to see our guy Matt Russo, plus 20 so far. Kyle Sherman opens the 10th. Leaves the 9-pin on a 3.6910 conversion attempt, 217. 653 for the first three. Belmo's shot here in the fill. That's a light 8-10, 230, and 621 for the first three for Belmo. Take a look at who we have here on our featured pairs for Game 4. As I mentioned, Matt Russo, along with Chris Barnes, Zach Tackett, and Carson Lindenberger. And on 25 and 26, Chris Colstow, Cameron Foster, Mr. 300, Sean Maldonado, and Jason Sterner. What are the odds we see back-to-back 300s from Cameron Foster?
Well, I'm not a numbers guy, but I would say they would be not the best. However, I am certainly rooting for that situation to take place because that would be simply amazing. See what you did, man.
Sorry, Cam.
That's all Daniel Farish. That is all Daniel Farish. I don't want any parts of that. You didn't even let the man get the shot out. First frame before you black lap.
I just watched him throw at least 12 in a row. You can't tell me he can't throw one more just to start the game off strong? No, this is coming from someone who would probably never shoot 300 at the U.S. Open. So let's just get our facts straight here.
If you are just joining us, Cameron Foster did just shoot 300 at the U.S. Open in game number 4. Or 3, I beg your pardon. This is game 4.
First frame from our guy, Matt Russo. I think he's further left than he might have expected to be. Missed the head pin left on the first shot, left the 139, and then missed them all on the spare attempt. Good shot there from Russo.
It's a game 4. Daniel ran down the lineup. Good shot there from Zach Tackett. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, you maneuver and roll through Bowl TV. Be sure to stop by the lab. Check out our guy, Rod Ross, Team USA head coach, also a USBC gold coach, as he breaks down some of the top players in the world, then the Team USA program and more, as Chris able to get the 10 out in his series entitled The Video Room. The Video Room inside the lab. You watch it on a Bowl TV.
Oh no. That's one of those splits you're supposed to make when you do that. Sean Maldonado shooting the 2.48-10. Gets the 2.48 and kicks the 2 around the 10. It was picture perfect until it wasn't.
I don't think I've seen Cameron Foster bowl ever until this week. And he throws it pretty darn good.
Take a look at some block totals for this squad through 3 games. Sean Maldonado and Gene Perez both at 703. Cameron Doyle 701. Greg Ostrander 692, as well as Anthony Nyer at 692. Overall, plus minuses for the squad through 11 games. Maldonado leads at plus 225. He's passed Belmo and Bill O'Neill. Both Belmo and O'Neill have shot 621, 623. Overall, they're at plus 198 and 194. Chris Barnes in 4th at 130. Ostrander at 120. Kyle Sherman 104. Dick Allen 84. Marshall 83. Jason Sterner 57. Kim Bowlby at 55. Just 3 more players plus in this squad after 11. Michael Tang at plus 33. Pete Weber at plus 22. And Brian Halen at plus 3.
All right, CB with a strike in the 5th. Jason Lineberger putting a few together. He's got 3 in a row. Zach Tackett has doubled after making that, I believe it was a 210.
Not sure what Russo's throwing, but he doesn't have a lot of motion out there. And he's very, up the back of it north to south, so it's not like he's given the pocket away at all. That ball just does not want to do anything down the lane. My guess is it's a urethane ball, just based on how it's rolling. But that thing does not want to give him any motion. Nice conversion on the 3.67. I'll tell you what, there are 2 things that are instantly recognizable during a squad of a tournament. The Verity Crawley squeak and the Grandpa pop. When he releases the ball, his fingers pop every time, and you know he's throwing the shot when you hear that pop.
double for Chris. Shot looked better overall, but it began to show some life, and then said no. All right, Zach doing workout here. 4-bagger now, that main split in the second. Not trying to repeat what took place then. And so far, he has not. Carson with an interesting way to the 1-3, not giving away any boards really at all. Like right up 15-16. Chris Barnes, a 2018 PBA Hall of Fame inductee, and then this season he was inducted, or this year, excuse me, into the USBC Hall of Fame. And shots like that is why he got into the Hall of Fame. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. 16-time member of Team USA. Chris sits at 19 career titles. Of course, he wants to continue on as long as possible, but you know, there's something about that, any number with that 2 in front of it. Get that 20th. That's the type of career he's had. It's going to be a nice stamp, certainly. When that time comes, and I do think it will still come. It will happen. Interesting, 23 and 24, and it producing some score in different ways. We watched Cameron, do it from 7-8. Near the gutter. Now Zach Tackett has moved in. And watching the success from a completely different part of the lane. this the quote-unquote dual angle pattern that we heard about at work?
That's what I would consider it. Light 4, light 7, light 7. Oh, give Cameron his hits. Late roll on the 10 for the double.
Maldonado, 6 frame. That was near 2-4, 8-10.
He came back after the third frame, and Rob Gotcha was standing there, and Rob said, Sean turned around, and Rob was, you okay? Sean goes, yeah, I'm fine. That was after he went spare, split. Don't know if he's just trying to outbowl bad ball reaction, or if he's just making that many bad shots and it's not something that a ball or anything like that can fix. Do not hook. Oof. All right, Zach. Good shot.
That's the one in this game. 10 back. Where is Cameron Foster, Daniel, in the standings?
He is in this squad. He is in 28th position at minus 113.
Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, later in this block, we will be giving away a 50-inch television, courtesy of Bowl TV. All you have to do is be a part of Bowl TV. And when you're prompted, submit your entry in our giveaway raffle. Wow. Went left immediately. So be on the lookout again. All you have to do, be a part of Bowl TV. When you are prompted, and you will receive essentially a warning at the bottom of your screen when the giveaway is about to begin. And when it does, you then click submit entry. And you'll be entered to win a 50-inch television.
I don't know what's going on with my boy Mike Kahn next door, but he starts the game out split 8 count, 1 on the attempt, and then 6 straight 9 spares. I don't know that I've seen a string of 9 spares that long yet. I think Stu had 5 when he was on this pair yesterday, but he also had some strikes kind of surrounding those 5. So. Sterner's late fall on the 10. He was already not thrilled with his ball motion. The 2-8-10 there might have just pushed him over the edge. He kind of double fist clenched when the 10 fell as if he just, scouted one for a tournament win. He's pretty happy about that break.
That is the exact reaction I would have shooting a 2-8 and making it every single time on every single pattern here at this US Open.
Well, remember the look that Cameron Doyle had on 23 and 24? It did not follow him to 27 and 28. 9 spare strike, 8 split, 1 on the attempt, strike, 6 split, 1 on the attempt, 9 spare, 9 spare. Yeah, strike there in the 8th for KD.
Man.
That shot by Matt Russo was more on top of like 4, and the thing went dead to the pocket. He was kind of out on top of 2-3 all game and was just getting no read whatsoever. Just no motion. That ball on top of 4 was just money. See what Matt does here. There's more on top of 5-6. Money.
Man. Nine pins, wrap tins. We've seen a few 8 pins. Demoralizing type leaves.
Take it to the bank, young man. Crushes all 3 in the 10th. -3 on the day. Hopefully he just kind of stumbled on something right there, because those 3 shots in the 10th were beautiful. Kind of back to your point about 9s and 10s and 8s. You know, I get it. You watch enough bowling, you're going to see that stuff. It doesn't make it any better. It doesn't make the burn less. Very nice 246 by Zach. Jason Sterner cannot get off this pair quick enough. Bad luck on his good shots. Not great ball motion. Which then leads you to just searching for stuff, trying to find something. When you get to the 10th frame and you haven't found anything on that pair, you're ready to toss your stuff into the river. Problem is he's got 4 games left tonight. Greg Thomas going to shoot 269 this game over on 29 and 30. Split spare, and he's gotten the rest of them. Just waiting on the fill shot here. Nice note in the chat from Jeff. Michael Tang, 257 that game. Michael coming into that game was sitting in 11th place on the squad after 11 games at plus 33, so it puts him at plus 90. Nice little jump. Marshall Kent still searching, 177 that game.
It's time for Game 5.
All right, Game 5 here for A squad. Day 2 qualifying. Take a look who we're going to have on 23 through 26 this game. Over on 23 and 24. Tommy Katz, Matt Kuba, Andrew Kane, and Pete Weber. 25 and 26. Nathan Bohr, Brian Halen, Chris Prather, and Ditto Fitzpatrick. Real quick, we did get Sean Ditto Fitzpatrick did inform me yesterday why he's called Ditto. He said his dad's name is Sean. His parents named him Sean instead of going Junior. He was hit with the moniker Ditto, and that's what he goes by. So there's the backstory on Ditto Fitzpatrick. Joining myself, Andy Meal Williams Jr. in the booth for at least one game. Brad Miller, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. We're doing well.
You, how's the booth been treating you? Long?
It's long, but the time goes by faster than you'd think.
I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah. It's all good. It's what we do.
Yep.
It's what we do.
This squad's playing quite a bit different, huh?
Well, how did bowling go for you this afternoon?
Going okay. I bowled okay. I have a hard time controlling my emotions. That's like the one thing I really have always needed to get better at, that I need to focus on. Once I do, I'll be much better. But bowling's okay. I'm okay. I'm in like 20th or something, which is exactly where you want to be. So I'm happy with it.
Okay.
I'm not happy with how I just handled myself the last couple of games today. I mean, it's the U.S. Open. It's frustrating. It's obviously you're going to have, things are going to happen. You're not going to have your best games always. You're going to have to shoot 180, 190. But like game 7, 8, you're tired and you're fatigued, and then that's where I slip. So tomorrow I'm going to be much better. That's my goal, mentally.
How are you feeling? And I didn't know what was happening, but now that you're here, I can just ask you. You, I think it was a terrible 7-10. It was in this area. It might have been 23 and 24. And you were kind of down in a
I was down
crouch
there.
position for a minute, and then kind of, doing one of these with the arm.
yeah.
So I was like, "You okay? You good?"
So a while ago, I started having a little bit of shoulder pain, and it doesn't happen a lot. And I think it's from me sleeping on my right shoulder, because I kind of curl my arm up under my pillow, and it stays there for a while. And I've read that that's really bad for your shoulder. And I noticed that I always have more shoulder pain when I do sleep on my right side. But the problem is I do it without knowing. I curl over in the middle of the night, and then I wake up and it's sore or whatever. And then there's some shots that I get out of, and then I get a sharp pain in my shoulder. And that 7-10 was one of them. And I just I just try and move it. But it only happened a couple times a day. And so far, it hasn't bothered me a whole lot. But I am a little worried because I've had it for like 6 months now. And I've been talking to some people on like what to do, but what I really need to do is just stop sleeping on my right shoulder. But I do it.
But like you said, in the middle of the night, you don't know.
I know. But I am a little worried about it, though, because I've never had shoulder pains. I've never really had any pain anywhere. So I'm wondering, okay, it's either going to probably get better or get worse, right? So I want it to get better. And I don't exactly know how to do that, but I'm working on it. But, yeah, I do have a little bit of shoulder pain. Kind of sucks. 29 now, Emil. Man, it's creeping up on you.
It's coming. I'm telling you. As soon as that 3 hits, man, you better go to the gym 3 times a day.
Oh, yeah. So I'm okay. I can still bowl.
Good.
Just every once in a while I get a sharp little pain. And it's like when I get out of it a little weird. When I get out of it normal, I'm fine. When I get out of it a little funky, it kind of just strikes me. But
Well,
I'm okay.
You mentioned this squad and kind of how they're playing them different. I know sometimes when you're in the forest, you can't see it for the trees around you. So, from watching the forest from the outside this block, how are you seeing these guys play them different from what you experienced when you were bowling? The people around you.
Yeah, well, they're throwing a lot more urethane, which the pattern on the fresh, the way to play it is your style, Daniel. You'd be killing this right now, man. Why aren't you bowling?
Every
Come
tournament,
on, man.
every tournament I've ever not bowled, I would have won. I tell you what. It goes for all of us, by the way.
You have to play straighter, and you have to play a little bit farther to the right to try and keep it in play. And some guys love to do that with urethane because it allows them to continue their aggressive, higher rev rate style, and the ball stays on line without jumping off of it. And in this squad particularly, you have a lot of guys that love to do that. Jason Belmonte, Kyle's one of them, Sean Maldonado, Mikey Tang is a guy that loves to throw urethane.
Cameron's been doing it.
Cameron's been doing it. There's just a lot of guys in the squad that love to throw urethane, and their comfort comes from that. They have those guys like Belmo. He would have a very hard time playing up 5 with reactive, and Maldonado, and even Kyle for that matter, like the higher rev rate guys. So they just go to urethane, and it's just worked. Like it hasn't looked bad. So and they've stayed with it. Only a couple people in our squad threw urethane, and they kind of went away with it. And then the second squad was kind of the same deal, and then I guess they've just stuck with it. But it's created like an interesting dynamic because now where do they go? Are they gonna be able to continue to do it, or majority of the time they're gonna have to go to reactive at some point? But now they've created quite a bit of hang down lane to the right, so it's hard to move left with a reactive ball because you don't have much to throw at because you've created carry down to the right side. So I think it's benefited them the first 4 games, but I don't know how it's gonna work the next 4.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different play. This morning, I think we saw more guys start right, but with reactive.
Yeah.
Hold on, a poll or a quiz in the
Uh-oh.
on the screen. Which college did Brad, Emil, and Daniel attend? Lindenwood, Louisville, Chicago State, or Purdue?
Hey, look at that.
Let's go Shot State.
Wow, we did have some Chicago State votes, a Louisville vote.
Let's go.
Who did you put that up, Emil?
No. Aaron did.
Ah.
Yeah, I thought that this morning it looked like there were more guys that started right, but they were doing it with reactive, which kind of preserved that area between 5 and 10, and that's what allowed Francois to do what he did.
Yeah.
Because that was almost, an untouched area of the lane, and then this afternoon you had a lot of guys between 3 and 10, and that part of that track area, part of the lane, just got destroyed, and the scores were drastically lower. 11 players this morning were over plus 100, and only 5 this afternoon were plus 100.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy, because that was kind of the similar yesterday. B Squad was the lowest scoring one, I think, too.
Well,
Something about B Squad.
He and I were talking. It was, that it'd be 2 days in a row, it looks like, that the morning squad is going to be the highest scoring for that day.
That's interesting, because usually the PBA tournaments we bowl throughout the year, they're usually the ones that are 2-squad events. A squad comes and bowls, and then all the ball reps get all the information. They figure out pairs, like 17 so more than 18. They figure out what balls worked and didn't work, and then B squad comes in with, they've got every piece of knowledge they need, and then B squad runs them over. But the past 2 days, it hasn't been the case. Like the first squad's the one that kills them. That's really interesting. I wonder why.
I'm extremely curious, because each time yesterday, definitely today, because of the pattern, I just thought, every squad overall should see some success, and it's been success here and there. There's been a few players here and there, some sprinkles, but not a large group. Not to say that this morning's group overall was that great, but it helps when you have Francois and Anthony.
I know.
Doing what they did to kind of help the rest of the squad out, so to speak.
For sure.
On a total basis, but.
And both those guys got most of their pins playing not left of 15.
Correct.
Anthony, I think he went 240 over or something like that. Every single one of those pins was right of 10. He threw 3 games for 240 over, and the rest of them were grinding, but those 3 games he was right of 10, and Francois was pretty similar.
Yep.
And Francois never moved.
No, he did not.
Maybe last game, but he was able to play like right of 15 for like 7 games, majority of the time with a Sherlock. And that's amazing to me.
And just to give you guys an idea, when I was looking at some of the numbers and running them on the spreadsheet, is yesterday 10th place in each squad was plus 28, plus 15, plus 11. So 10th place was all right there. It was the top of the squads where you saw a lot of difference, but the field average for A squad yesterday morning was 192.1. The afternoon B squad 191.1, and last night 192.0. So they were all within 1 pin, but then this morning B squad was 199.9, C squad was 192 this afternoon.
That's a huge drop.
7 pin difference in the field between this morning and this afternoon.
And do you think that's because they started farther left than we did?
I do.
Okay. They just torched them up?
I think that's what happened.
Well, I was wondering last night. Actually, they bowled pretty good last night on the hard pattern. But I was wondering, because our squad, the B squad, we all started really far left, and they just got nasty. I'm thinking, if I'm C squad right now, I'm not throwing a ball. I'm taking my 180 game 1 just to preserve it, because they get so ugly, And I don't know if they did that or not, but that's what I would have done.
Without getting too incredibly graphic here, were you by any chance having that conversation with someone while standing at the sink in the bathroom?
Yes.
Then you were who I overheard. I overheard
Probably.
2 guys talking in the restroom, and one of them said if C squad is smart, they're not going to throw a ball right of 10 for the first 2 games.
Left of 10.
Yeah, okay, left of 10 for the first 2 games.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, how great would that be for that squad if they did that? If they preserved the hold.
They would have whacked them. But see, but it's hard because it's 45 flat. If you're playing out there and you miss a little right, it's gone. There's hook in the front, so if you're a little slow, it's gone too. And that takes an enormous amount of touch, and there's only a couple guys out there with that good a touch, and they're not younger than 50. It's Norm and Walter. So just today's game, people have a hard time really dialing down up 10 and just making sure they hit their mark. They'd rather try and create the room early. The problem is they get nasty late. It's just a trade-off. Do you want to shoot your 180 game 1, or do you want to shoot your 180 game 7 and 8?
Well, what I was thinking is that by starting on top of 4th arrow like they did, instead of taking the 180 now let's just play hypothetical. Let's say everybody started on 10. Instead of taking your 180 the first game and preserving it the last 3 games, because I believe that the further left you start, they get exponentially worse the further left you start. So what I'm thinking is if you take that 180 game 1 and preserve the lanes, your last 2 games are going to be good. But if you start left and try and get aggressive on that first game to get that 210, then you're going to kill the lanes by game 6.
I agree. You know what's so strange is it's almost like because the people around you affect your score and your strategy so much, it's almost like the squads are teams. I feel like I'm going to start treating it like that. Like in our roll call, I'm just going to huddle everyone together and be like, guys, we need to beat A squad and we need to beat C squad. So this is what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Because everyone around you affects you so much.
Well, Daniel and I feel like we kind of went down that route, not to that extreme. But he likened it to the Open Championships a little bit, where it was like, okay, if you guys do decide, if a squad does decide to say, hey, let's do this to start so we can have this at the end, then that's that 180 you're talking about at the front end of the block instead of the back end. But you still have to individually be okay with sacrificing.
Sure.
Essentially, which, in the singles event,
ain't going to happen.
The U.S. Open.
Ain't going to happen. People don't want to shoot 180.
Right.
We do have some scores after Game 4 this evening. Block totals, Michael Tang, 934, Sean Maldonado, 893, Cameron Doyle, 891, Anthony Nair, 890, and Gene Perez, 884. Their 12-game totals. Sean Maldonado leads the squad for 12 at plus 215, Belmo at plus 207, Bill O'Neill plus 191, Barnes 142, Sherman 122, Dick Allen 113, Greg Ostrander 99, Michael Tang 90, Marshall Kent 60, Kim Bowlby in 10th at 41. And 5 more players are plus, up from just 3 after Game 3. Pete Weber at plus 22, Tom Doherty plus 18, David Hooper at 16 over, Jason Sterner at 15 over, and Chris Prather at 13 over.
You know what's crazy is the highest guy in our squad yesterday was in like 7th or 8th place. It was 89 over.
Yep.
And then now we're going to have like top 2 or 3 potentially. Strange how that we were kind of dead in the water for the top spot, and then now we're going to have like top 2 or 3. Very strange. Francois just murdered him.
Yeah, Belmo and Maldonado, and arguably Bill O'Neill are right there.
Yeah.
To see it to possibly jump some of the B squad guys, but still, Francois is going to lead the tournament after today.
Yes.
I can't imagine. I mean,
Belmo's done some crazy things before, but that's 160 over.
Yeah.
I don't know how easy they're going to get the next 4.
Sean would have to go 164 over for the next 4, and just based on his ball motion last game, I don't know if he can correct that quick enough.
Right. I've seen a couple guys try and play in, and I understand Pete's a little withered down a little bit, but he's trying. I mean, he's not throwing it bad, but he's trying to play left, and it looks so tough. They're so flat. But I mean, transition's always the tough part, right? I mean, you can get lined up and these guys can get lined up and make shots for days, but trying to figure out where to move and how often and how much. That's the difficult part, because you can get lined up and throw a turkey, and then your next one hooks 5 feet sooner, and you're like, why did it hook? I understand it broke down and hooked, but why did it hook that much? Like, why was it that violent?
I've seen that kind of reaction from guys coming off the approach, just like mind blown type thing. Like they have no clue why the ball did what it did.
Yeah.
So you're full time out here. You know the scoring pace on tour. What is it like? What kind of a mind shift, a dynamic shift is it to go from knowing that you're going to be averaging 220, 230 to make cuts to this?
It's amazing. It's amazing how different the patterns play too. The Brunswick machine, the Brunswick machine has a very similar characteristic amongst all the patterns. So they can lay out 4 different patterns, and there's still a very similar characteristic in all those and how they play. And at the beginning, they're very blended, which is why when you watch scores like Game 1 and 2, they're always big. And then they get cliffed, and then they go down. And the Kegel machine and USBC patterns that Hoagland makes, they start out difficult, and then we hope that they get easier down the road. It's completely opposite of what we normally bowl on. And so, that's why as long as it doesn't become super easy, you're going to get scores like this because they start out hard. Also, you only get 2 shots on your pair.
How big How big is that really?
Talked about that.
It's big. It's huge. But you say that the lanes broke down like crazy yesterday. So it's like preservation, sure, but I don't think that's the full story. I think the pattern still and topography and obviously has a lot to do with it. But I think it helps. I think it's cool actually because you'll see Belmo. He'll train wreck pairs on purpose because he knows he has that advantage. He knows he can just get farther left than everyone. He knows people have to go to that pair. I've seen people, we bowled last year at the Hall of Fame Classic at the USBC Center, 16 lanes, and Belmo started farther left than everybody. And because of that, everyone on his pair started left. And then because of that, everyone else in the building started left because they had to hit that pair because it was such a small venue. If it's an 80-lane center, you don't really see what Belmo's doing. But Belmo literally affected the entire squad, and they became impossible because of it. When you only have 2 shots, you can't do that. And I love that. I love that so much because Belmo knows he has that advantage, and he uses it. He uses it. He understands it. He understands what he can do, and he definitely uses it. And I don't know. Taking that away from him. Makes him more human. But yeah, I love the 2-shot thing. It keeps scores game 1 down. You shoot 210 game 1, you're ahead of the curve. It's very nice to shoot 210 game 1. We usually on PBA patterns when the Brunswick machine oils, it's usually like 250, 260, and then later in the blocks, you're grinding 180, 190. Here, you're trying to shoot 210 and then hopefully catching that 250, 260 late. It's a strange dynamic. Fun.
So you were one of the guys I talked to before the tournament about ball selection, about your arsenal. Now that you're 2 days through, how well have the 10 balls you've selected matched up to what you've seen through 2 patterns?
It's a great question. I think it's okay. I don't think it's now that I look back and see how the patterns are playing, I don't think it's the best arsenal I could have put together. But I think everyone kind of has that, It's like they put a ball in the bag or 2 because of the pipe dream,
right.
just in case, and then they realize oh, okay, that was pretty stupid. I'm never going to throw that ball. So I got a couple of those, but everyone does. So it's not really affecting me too bad. But yeah, I kind of like my arsenal. It's interesting trying to choose 10 though. You'd think it'd be kind of easy, but it really isn't because you always get a couple. You get 8 for sure, and then the last 2 are like, okay, you're trying to go through scenarios like, what if the pattern plays like this? I can throw this one, and then you're never right. The pattern never plays like that. So, but that's another thing I really love is the ball limit for a couple reasons. Makes the paddock easier to get around.
Can imagine that.
People
I feel that's an underrated thing right there.
Dude. Man, people will have 30 bowling balls in the paddock because when you start, let's say we start the Hall of Fame Classic January 10th or whatever, and they bring 15 bowling balls. Well, they drill 3 there. All 18 go to the next week. They drill 3 there. All 21 go the next week. They drill 3 there. All 24. And by 5 weeks, they got 30 balls in the paddock. No joke. And some of these paddocks aren't big enough. They're just at the Players' Championship in Columbus, that paddock is small. And the crazy thing is only a quarter of the people are getting checks. So 75% of the field's frustrated. And actually, we'll say 85 because there's people in there that are getting checks that are so frustrated, right? So you ring a 10 to miss a check, and then you go to the paddock, and there's no room for your bowling balls. And it literally just makes you want to just take somebody's bowling bag and just toss it through a wall, you know what I mean? That is the last thing you want to deal with. You don't have a spot. The spot your bags were in is taken because there's just no room. And it's a frustrating process. I think the paddock's an important place. But I do love the extra paddock space. It's awesome. And it brings a little bit of strategy involved with the 10 balls. And it's a different dynamic than we're used to. I like it.
How many do you normally have in a normal event, equipment-wise? Give me the range. You don't want to limit it to one
15.
number. Okay.
I think
that's not bad.
I think I've had close to 20 before in there. You're not supposed to. It's again. The rule is 12, but
Well, don't say it out loud.
and I'm the player committee guy too, so I'm
right.
supposed to be the
Good Lord.
But yeah, probably 15. That's plenty. I mean, 15 balls, that's a lot, right, Dan?
If you can't figure out a pattern with 15 balls,
15, I know.
16 is not going to help you.
Yeah.
Joined in the booth now by Brad Miller alongside myself, Daniel Farish, and Emil Williams Jr. We're halfway, a little bit past halfway of Game 5 here for Squad A, their second day of qualifying on this 41-foot pattern. Tomorrow's the 37-footer. What kind of vibe did you get from that pattern after practice?
I thought it was the hardest of the three, just based on that hour.
Okay.
Man, if they're throwing urethane on this, they're definitely going to throw urethane tomorrow. I mean, that's a given. There's going to be more urethane on the rack starting those 2 balls of practice. There will be more urethane on the rack as a whole than there will be reactive, for sure. But I don't throw urethane.
Why not?
I haven't figured it out.
Like figured out
how to make
incorporate
it work. Yeah. I've tried some different drillings. I've tried going closer to my pap to try and get it to roll. I like it a little better. I tried going like above the bridge with the hole, but it doesn't flare enough. But the more it flares, the harder the harder time I have keeping it on line. It overflares in the front part of the lane. I don't know. I just haven't been able to figure it out. Really. I watched a lot of it gets thrown so much out here. It's like the most popular ball across the companies. Like people throw purple hammers and pitch blacks and the tank from Motive more than reactive, it seems like, anymore, which is strange. Anything less than 40 feet, everybody's first ball out of the bag is urethane, just to see. A lot of times it doesn't match up, but just to see, because if it does match up,
Oh, yeah.
it's gold.
If it does match up, you can play offense and defense with it.
Yes, especially the high rev guys, 'cause they can get it to carry down a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I've tried it. I'm not super comfortable with it. I don't know. I just got to work on it. I got to work on 2 things physically. I got to work on loft in the ball and urethane. Loft in the ball is pretty tough for me. And I don't know if it's because of the way I throw it or if it's just because I'm like a short, small guy and it's hard for me to get it all the way down there. Because I really got to I raise up subconsciously to try and get it far down there, And it's hard to be accurate and to fit it in there. But the thing is we loft a lot and we throw urethane a lot. So I'm really at a disadvantage there.
I was going to say, those are 2 keys right now. on the
Yeah.
tour.
Yeah, big time.
Like DJ Khaled type major keys. Like major keys.
Major keys. Yeah, I noticed it big time because Kyle's really good at both of those. He's really good at lofting and he's really good at urethane. And so, yeah, I definitely need to get better at that. But then you got a guy like Chris Prather who never throws urethane, and he does okay. Actually, you can see him right now. I don't know if I don't think he's on camera. Actually, you're going to see him right now.
He's on
lane 26.
He's throwing an idle pro right now.
Yep, this is what he does. This is what he did in Lubbock this year.
Or an idle, sorry, not a pro.
A 32-foot pattern. Everyone threw urethane, obviously, and he threw a halo. And he just has a touch that a lot of people don't have with reactive. But he's also not a urethane guy either. Of course, I talk about him and he misses. But anyway, so it's one or the other. Either you're going to throw urethane out there or you have to be really good with react. Like, you have to have a touch of, So, and Prather's got the touch. So, that's kind of the situation for me, right? It's like either learn how to get really good with urethane or just learn how to norm duke it. Learn that touch. That dynamite accuracy. It's one or the other. If you're in between, you're not beating Belmont.
Well, and the 2 reasons you just gave those are the 2 reasons behind when people ask me, well, why aren't you a pro? I'll simply say my game doesn't match up to what the pro game is right now. But the details of it is, 1, I can't loft the ball, and 2, I can throw urethane, but a lot of these guys can throw it on patterns I can't.
Right.
So therefore, I'm stuck to throw resin on top of their urethane, and that's that's terrible.
Yeah. No, for sure.
It's not something I can do well.
But see, if we build on patterns like this, it'd be fine. You'd be fine.
Yeah.
The problem is the Brunswick machine lays out patterns that just get mega cliffed, and that's where the high rev guys just succeed so well. So it's either you got to be a high rev guy or you got to be Norm Duke. I mean, if you're in between, it's very difficult.
I'm close. My one-handed game, I'm closer to Norm, but my two-handed game,
Oh, you are good two-handed, aren't you?
I'm not as high rev as these guys. So
Yeah, I bet you would surprise yourself if you came out and bowled a PBA tournament and you bowled two-handed. I bet you would surprise yourself.
I might.
Do it.
Yeah, I
Come
think you
on,
should.
man.
We had this convo earlier. We didn't talk about him bowling in a tournament, but we talked about kind of how and why he started to dabble in the two-handed style, which of course happened at school, and et cetera, et cetera. How much does he still use it?
It's a great way to bowl.
It's fun.
It
Watch
is
the ball hook.
You never have any thumb issues.
That's true.
Never have to worry about tape.
That is true. So you bowl tomorrow night.
Yep.
So what are you doing tomorrow? What's your plans? How do you spend that off time?
Editing vlogs.
Mame.
That's all I do.
Very nice. How's that YouTube channel coming along?
Amazing. It's it took us 2 years to get to 9,000 subscribers, and it's taken us 10 months to get to 45. So we went from 9,000 at the beginning of the year
Wow.
to 45 this year so far. And when we upload daily, our YouTube channel kills. We see more growth than we'll ever see. I mean, uploading daily, these daily vlogs. And it's great for the sport. You know, we don't really, I mean, I don't know, we don't necessarily, it's not like our thing to be in front of a camera. We more so like to broadcast the whole like everybody's journey, you know. But now we're starting to learn how to monetize it and actually like create a business out of it. So that's been a process. But we've been
here you go.
Getting a lot of help. So
I don't pay
you
attention.
just subscribe?
I don't pay attention to YouTube, so I was
Okay.
like, I gotta go subscribe.
Yeah, cool. Hey, we released a vlog today. That's actually from the practice day.
That's the photo I took.
Yes, it is. That is the photo you took.
Took that photo, baby.
Daniel Ferris' claim to fame.
Yahtzee.
No, I mean, man, we love it. It's gotten to the point now where we're pot committed. We just, it's, I don't know. We got the idea from Mike Flanagan, and we started doing it, and now it's, we're 2 years in, and I mean, now we can't do anything else. Like, we're 2 years in, it's growing more than we've ever seen. So,
Well, you got to see it through,
got to see it through.
right? I mean, you owe it to yourself at this point.
Yeah.
Because you've put in this much work
Yeah.
already, and clearly you have a base, a following
Mm-hmm.
that's only growing.
Yep.
So, as bowling grows, you grow.
Yep.
More fans get exposed to you and the sport.
Yep.
And that's a total win.
Yep. And our friends get to be a part of it too. I would love to see the day where
1.5 million views on a video.
Yeah, so
I heard a story about this on the Above 180 podcast, but I'll let you tell it again. It was pretty cool.
yeah, we decided to do instructional videos and we didn't know what to do, so I was looking through YouTube one day and they had a bowling section, and so I looked, and like 3 of the top 10 videos were how to hook a bowling ball, literally. Chris.
Wow. Back-to-back
Chris.
opens.
That's rough. 3 of the top 10 like all-time YouTube bowling videos were literally how to hook a bowling ball. That was the title. The 2 top ones are Belma, with
Of course.
Dude Perfect. One got 100 million and another one got 70 million or something. So I told Kyle, I said, this is going to be our first one. And the quality's bad. We didn't plug anything. We didn't even have an outro, I don't think. It was our very first instructional video we ever filmed. And it's been the backbone of our channel ever since. It gets 3,000 to 4,000 views a day, every day. And it's been doing so
Oh my
since
gosh.
for a year now.
June 8th of 2018.
So,
Wow.
and we haven't had a video even close to it, man. It literally has been the backbone of our channel. People see our channel from that video so much more than any other video we've ever put out. And it's kind of crazy how that works. But that's when we realized, like, oh, instructional is where it's at. Like, that's how we get views, And that's how we built our audience, was instructional videos. Because people want to learn how to get better. And we're not the most knowledgeable, but we know a little bit, So that's what we've been doing. And then the vlogs are just to promote the PBA, really. But that also promotes our personality as well. We walk around these bowling centers and people feel like they know who we are. It's kind of a win-win, you know. But I'd love to see the day where we can really beat. I don't know, where we can really gain some, not leverage, but we can become an important piece of the puzzle. Like, we can have a say. We can be involved, you know. And it's starting to happen. It's starting to be a lot of fun. And we filmed him at St. Charles Lane.
That's what I love.
I was gonna say that too.
That's part of what I love is that when some of these videos go up, I see good old St. Charles there. I'm like, man,
I love it. It's changed.
I've heard. Was it Shadow? I think Shadow sent me a picture when they had everything ripped out down in the pit area, but I haven't seen what it looks like since any new installs or anything.
Yeah, brand new lane machines, brand new something else too.
Like lane machines or pin setters?
Ball returns.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And then I think they changed the settee area. And then I think they're putting new approaches in this winter.
Oh, wow.
They put new AC units in. They're a lot of money into that sucker. But they're trying to make it, I mean, it's such a cool bowling center.
For those of you that don't know, St. Charles Lanes is where Lindenwood University has practiced, I think, since its heyday.
I think so.
I don't know if Crest is like right down the hill from St. Charles. I don't know if they ever practiced there like at the very, very beginning. But since E's freshman year of 02-03, that we've been at St. Charles, and that's our house.
And I'm older than both of them.
We spent God knows how many hours in that bowling center.
Oh my gosh,
I can't even imagine.
Our lives.
How often are you there, Brad?
Once a month,
okay.
Once every couple months. Kyle and I'll drive down and we'll film like 4 or 5 instructional videos, and then I'll just drive back. That's about
good way to maximize.
Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect. They let us in there. You know, we get in there about 6 a.m. We film until they open at 10, and then I usually just drive home. It's about a 3-hour drive. We're very thankful for them. They've been super. I wish we could help them. I don't know how to help them. Maybe gain an audience or get people in their doors.
Right.
I don't know how we could do that, but I wish we could. You know, that second video, Bowling Swing Made Simple. That's my claim to fame. That's my thumbnail, and that's the best thumbnail I've ever made. And I don't know how I made it, but it worked.
So just Brad and Kyle on YouTube?
Yep, Brad and Kyle on YouTube.
Where else can they follow you guys at?
We have an Instagram account, and we have a Brad and Kyle Instagram account, and we obviously have our own. Kyle uses Instagram a little more than I do, but Kyle Sherman, Brad Miller on Instagram. That's about it.
I got one quick question, actually. Jeffrey in the chat asked or suggested that perhaps you guys can host some two-handed tip videos.
Yes.
With the big, obviously there's a lot of youth players that are two-handed. So, an idea for you at some point.
Absolutely. We were definitely going to do that. And I've been trying to put in to some people's ears that there aren't any two-handed coaches out there. Like, obviously the internet is like the biggest place to gain an audience, period, and it will be for the next 30 years. And Kyle and I are trying to create a business around instructional videos, but Wesley Lowe, Packy Hanrahan, Kyle Troop, any two-hander, because what percentage of youth is two-handed? A lot, and it's just going to become more, I would think. Like, a good two-handed bowler can create a living, maybe, by creating a coaching business, by just coaching two-handers. It's out there. And so I'm trying to get it out there. I'm trying to get these guys to start trying to get the internet involved. But yes, we do. We want to collaborate with Belmo on that. Anyone really, but Belmo would be the best.
Yeah, that's probably be a good idea.
Probably be a good idea. Anytime Belmo hops in a video, it does so much better.
Awesome, man. Well, I know you said for a game you got to get home, get some sleep.
Hey, it was a pleasure, guys.
Awesome. Anytime, bud.
Yep.
Appreciate you, my dude.
Yeah, brother.
Good luck to you tomorrow night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
All right,
I'll be here tomorrow, so maybe I'll hop in with you guys if you guys need somebody.
You know where we'll be.
All right. See you guys.
See you. Brad Miller from the Brad and Kyle. Had to get a quick selfie there with the celebrity, the superstar. Brad Miller, also a really good bowler, in case we didn't touch on that. Going into that game, he was 17th in the overall standings, plus 102. So Brad had a pretty good tournament so far. We'll see what he can come up with tomorrow on what he deems could be the toughest pattern of the 3. We've now heard that from a couple of people. I don't know how true that's going to ring, but
yeah, I'll take their word for it because they do this weekly and daily, certainly. And, what I take from practice is certainly different from what they take from practice. One, they're throwing bowling balls. I'm just watching. And mainly I'm watching just for things that I can either relate back to if I see them happen in actual competition, or something that might trigger and say, oh, I think I did see this person around this area, in practice, but still a much different thing, But I'm resting my laurels on Thomas Larson
at 300.
Because I saw him still throw multiple. Not saying if he will shoot 300, I think he would do it tomorrow. But I think he's going to have a great day based on what I saw of him on that pattern.
Well, my pick for the 3, I said I thought he would throw it tonight if he was going to throw one at all, because that 37-footer looks tough. Now, I have not seen pattern 4 at all, so maybe that one would play softer.
Yeah.
But my pick was Marshall Kent, and he's had one game over 200 today so far. So I don't like my odds, but the guy's also made match play in every U.S. Open he's ever bowled, and that's 6 U.S. Opens. That's not one.
Well, that's all you need.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Mr. Farish, it's been a pleasure today.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to
get out of here.
Bid you adieu for this evening, because that's what we said we would do. So I'm going to leave.
I felt kind of bad when I brought Brad over. I was like, oh, man, he's going to stay for this.
Well, I had to stay for that.
Man, my bad.
Even if I just had to listen to it. I guess I could have just listened to it.
You could have just listened to it.
But that's my guy. That's our guy. It's Brad. Can't leave it alone.
Absolutely not.
But I am going to leave you right now.
All right.
So have a great last 3 games.
We will.
And if something happens, let me know. Bowl TV. And Flo Bowling, good night. See you in the morning. I'm out.
And that's it. He's done. Headphones off, cans on the table. And if he sits here for the next 10 minutes doing work, I'm going to smack him. In a nice, friendly way, though, because he's taller than me. Respect your elders. All right, take a look at who we got in front of us here. Game 6. Overall 23 and 24. Walking off the approach, Greg Thomas. Stepping up on the approach in the second, Roy Davis. Graham Fa, the infamous Pop. You'll hear that more than a few times, hopefully for his sake. Just 10 more times. That'd be 10 more strikes. And Tom Doherty joins them as well. Over on 25 and 26. Alec Carr. Clay Rees, the future instructor for the two-handed educational videos for Brad and Kyle, Jason Belmonte. And, of course, the other half of Brad and Kyle, Kyle Sherman. Brad doing some work here, getting video of Kyle, make it a good one. Not bad. Not bad. And I think to the point that, who was it? Was it Matt Russo, I believe, that said, actually, hang on one second. That's twice I've done that. Clay Rees, that's right, he did not show up. Tony Nicholson is in his place over on 25 and 26. I did that yesterday, too. I'm going to mark that on my roster. But I think it was Russo was the one that said he thought tomorrow's pattern would be the toughest. No, he said that yesterday he thought would be easier than this. Somebody we had in the booth also said they thought tomorrow would be the toughest pattern. Brad just echoed that sentiment. And after practice, I would say they're right. I say that also because I forget who I was talking to yesterday, but they said that they thought the field got a false sense of security during practice because the 45-footer played easier than what it did in competition, at least yesterday morning, because I was speaking with this person at some point yesterday after the morning block. I forget who it was. So that was another person who said, the field thought the 45-footer would be a little easier than it played. It was brutal. But I saw more confusion from players walking off that 37-foot pattern at the practice session than I did the 45-footer, which was yesterday's pattern. We'll see. Maybe kind of what Brad was saying, if they had been nicer to the lanes during the first game and a half, that yesterday might not have been so bad. But, this is the U.S. Open. It's a major singles event. You don't have 10 guys, fighting for one goal, one ultimate goal. You have 144 fighting for 144 different goals. All right, 3 frames into game number 6. I'm going to step away for just a second and kind of get things settled over in the captain's chair where Emil's been sitting. I'll let the soothing sounds of pins crashing entertain you for a few frames. All right, take a look at some scores after game number 5 as we're reaching the midway point of game number 6. Belmo throwing pins all over and waving his arms like a madman. Michael Tang leads the squad this block, 1180, so plus 180. Maria Jose Rodriguez, her last 2 games, has went 258, 263. She is at plus 144 for the block. Cameron Doyle, plus 122. Jean Perez, plus 107. And then is a drop down to a smattering of players, all between 56 over and probably 28 over. About 11 players in that 30-pin window, 28-pin window. Go to the plus minus for the tournament after 13 games. The squad, things have shifted a little bit. Belmo, now your squad leader, plus 188. Maldonado, plus 178. Bill O'Neill, plus 163. Chris Barnes, plus 155. Michael Tang, plus 136. Dick Allen, plus 127. Marshall Kent, 94. Kyle Sherman, 82. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 9th on the squad, plus 61. And Greg Ostrander, plus 43. 3 more players, even or better. Chris Prather, plus 23. Kim Bulby, plus 15. And Tom Doherty is dead even after 13 games. Well, first place, the squad leader after yesterday was Belmo at plus 177. 5 games into tonight, he is the squad leader at plus 188. So the lead has only went up 11 pins. Now you do have, as we mentioned, a handful of players. Michael Tang is plus 180 tonight. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 144. Who else? Cameron Doyle plus 122. So a lot of players plus a bunch for 5 games tonight. But overall, for the tournament, this squad is well behind the pace of the other 2. You know, we thought for a second that when Brad and I were talking that more than a few players from this group were going to pass some of the leaders from B squad this morning. Maybe not leaders, but like Sean Rash, Ronnie Russell, who are overall 3rd and 4th right now. Top 4 right now all come from Brad's squad, the B squad this morning. Francois Lavoie, 379. Simo, 214. And then Rash at 192. Russell at 191. Now, I think it was crazy if you know, some of the players from this group, whether it's Belmo at 188, Maldonado at 178, Bill O'Neill 163, you know, can't get 20 to 30 more pins out there to catch at least maybe Russell and Rash. But we're 5 games in, and the field is only plus 11 better up top than it was when we started. Not to worry about 35 through 38. Aaron working feverishly to get it back up, so no concerns there. Russo did come over and he said, remember what we talked about earlier about moving right? I said, yes. He said, who did he say? He said Barnes, Maldonado. He said one more. He said Barnes, Maldonado, and one other person have all jumped right. Barnes down on 17 and 18, delivering a shot right now. From this angle, looks like he may have moved back in. But maybe some players chasing it out. Sean must have had a bad game last game. He was, he's at 190, 163. A good start to the block, 36, 39, 28. But has since went minus 47. Plus 56 overall on the night, however. So many wrap 10s from urethane we've seen tonight. Great shot there by Tom Doherty. Cameron Doyle still out there around 3-4. Over next door on 22. Good shot for him. Chance at 230. He's had a pretty good night after a just a disastrous opening to the tournament yesterday. He's just about made up all the pins he gave up yesterday. He's plus 122 for the night, minus 12 overall. And Dora, if you'd like, down on the bottom below the video screen, lanes 35 through 38. That is where Maria is at right now, so you can click on that and check out her finish to this game if you would like. Again, every lane in action is covered on our 6 channels, so any player you want to see will be on one of those 6 channels. Oh, Bilmo caves in the 4-9. A little further right with his break point, ball speed up. Let's see what Mr. Sherman has for us here. Do not forget, as we near the end of Game 6, we do still have a 50-inch TV to give away tonight. And no, this is not your granddaddy's 50-inch. It's not some 600-pound big box behemoth. This is a flat screen, 1080p, baby. I don't really know if it's 1080p, but I do know it's a flat screen. I think most of them are like 1080p now. Maybe even better than that. I'm not sure. I'm just rambling at this point. Our guy Roy Davis scoring a little better than he did on this pair yesterday. What was it? He was locked in on lane 23 and couldn't buy a bucket on lane 24. Michael, EJ Bowl, I think EJ was this morning. Let me look him up. He did have a bad day yesterday. A lot of people, to be fair, had bad days yesterday. And I don't think his day got much better today. He did go plus 44 this morning. He was minus 94 yesterday and plus 44 today. That puts him overall at minus 50. Certainly EJ Tackett capable of putting up a plus 200 day. Math's pretty simple. Put him at plus 150. If he could do that tomorrow, and we believe, I would say, just looking at scores this block, that a plus 150 number gets you a check. It advances you on to Monday morning. Tommy D, good shot. First one in the 10th. Grand Fa. Hard wrap 7. Good shot. Sterner, that's who else moved right. It was Jason Sterner, and he is going to throw. He's throwing the back 7 right now. He's got the first one in the 10th, so he's in the 250s. Strike here in the 11th, down on 19 and 20. We'll put him in the 260 range. Doesn't like it off his hand. Went left, 3-6-10. So he'll be in the 250, 255 on the spare conversion. Gene Perez off to our right on 27 and 28. Continuing his great bowling tonight, a chance at 268 after that strike in the 9th frame. Grand Fa 215. Minus 17 overall for the day. Vicon walks by pretty happy. Says, shot a 200 game with the 5.7 in there. Oh, Mikey. terrible break for Kyle Sherman. Had a clean game going. Opened with the front 3 strikes. 4 of the last 5 shots have been 9 spare with a 7 spare in the middle. And then a pocket 7-10. I just feel a break like that when you've been grinding all night and fighting for every single pin. A break like that's just, it's not acceptable. All right, I've gotten confirmation from Double A Ron, Aaron Smith. The TV is going out in the middle of Game 7. Let me know in the chat how many of you all could use a 50-inch television. Just curious, just taking a straw poll here. See how many people would love to win a 50-inch television tonight here on Bowl TV. All right, Waz could use one. Jeffrey could use one. Robert could use one. The other Roger, always, absolutely always. You can always use an extra TV. Shane, James, Roy. All right, good. Well, y'all going to have your chance in about 5 frames. Aaron Smith confirmed middle of Game 7. We are giving it away. About to be locked inside in Minnesota winter with a new baby. New TV would be great. I almost want to give it to you. Just want to give it to Jeffrey. I don't have any kids, and I've certainly never lived in Minnesota. But from being around Emil and some other friends of mine who have newborns, Kyle Sherman, you've got to be kidding me. As that 7-pin stopped me in my tracks, but knowing people who have newborns, and like Emil, like my buddy Steve Novak back home, and knowing how harsh Minnesota winters can be, whew, that's rough. But on the flip side, knowing my buddy Emil and my buddy back home, Steve Novak, with their newborns, there's nowhere they'd rather be. So I got a text from someone who's watching the broadcast. in response to me wanting to give the TV straight to Jeffrey because of having the newborn baby in a Minnesota winter. The text says, yeah, he could watch the Vikings lose to the Packers again on a bigger screen. Sorry, Jeffrey. I can't control the people who text me. Problem is, the one that texted me is it's blood. Like one of the two people who helped bring me into this world, so I don't really have much of a rebuttal. Although I will say the Packers have had Aaron Rodgers for like 12 years and they have won Super Bowl to show for it, so I'm just saying if you have who you consider to be the greatest quarterback in the league for like a decade, no offense to Tom Brady, and you have one Super Bowl. Anywho, all right, moving forward on to game number 7. We'll take a look at who we have on our featured pairs for the second to last game of the block, of the evening, and of the day. Over on 23 and 24, the second time we've seen this foursome on our featured pairs. Chris Colstow, Cameron Foster, Sean Maldonado, Jason Sterner. And on 25 and 26, again, the second time we've seen this foursome on our pair. Nathan Roux Lejoie, Kim Bowlby, Cameron Doyle, and Marshall Kent. Lejoie. That's a fun last name to say. He is right. Great shot from Nathan to open up game number 1. Frame number 1 of game number 7. I'm sorry, this is not game number 1. I do not want to be here for another 8 games, because we got to be back at about 6:45 in the morning, which is fine. But I certainly want more than an hour and a half of sleep. See Marshall looking around. We had a water spill back here right in front of the bleachers, kind of behind 25 and 26, and there's a chance that some 3-ball totes or maybe some feet could have tracked some up on the in the pit area closer to the approach. So we're just making sure there's no water anywhere. The absolute last thing we need is for a player to take a nosedive because their shoe's stuck. I think in some way, shape, or form we've all experienced that, and it's not fun. Wow, what a 9-pin. Kelso. All right. Thank you, Martha. I will write that down on my sheet. Chris Kelso. So just act like the O isn't there. I like it. Well, Kim Bowlby, you don't have to hurt him to knock him down, but you might want to aim for a little harder on the 3-pin or on the 2-pin than that next time. Just barely slides the 2 over, shooting the 2-4. Whew. Got that one pretty thin. Looks like Cameron has moved a little bit further right than he was earlier. Earlier he was kind of like going 7-3, and that shot looked, from this angle, closer to like 1-2-3, and not as much angle through the heads. A lot straighter. This ball had no chance once it picked up the lane and went left. Double for Foster coming off the open in the second. Barnes over to our left on the front 4. Keep an eye on that pair as well. All right, Aaron Smith has given me permission to make the call when the cannon is going to be fired. Pay attention to 23 and 24, the end of frame number 5. We're going to fire that cannon with that bubble wrap wrapped TV, 50 inches, mind you, somewhere across the world. To any of you who are subscribed here to Bowl TV, it's not too late. You've got a couple of minutes left. Plenty of options available. We do have an event pass for this week's U.S. Open, as well as monthly and annual subscriptions, both of which come with a 14-day trial to give a look and see what we got. Hit up the lab, all kinds of instructional videos from ITRC Pro Shop operator Lou Marquez, Rod Ross, the coach Stephen Padilla. In the vault, dozens of archived videos, collegiate national championships, world team challenge videos, with more yet to come, as well as access to the collegiate event. Collegiate schedule coming up. Emil and I will be leaving here next Thursday on Halloween, in fact, to head to Atlanta for the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic, a big Tier 1 tournament down there as well as more than a handful. A bunch of Tier 1 tournaments, sectionals, nationals coming up next year. And then we're right about that time of the year. We're back on it with the PWBA. Junior Gold rolls around next summer out in Las Vegas. So a lot of reasons to subscribe to Bowl TV. Just a few frames left. We got end of the 5th frame on 23 and 24. Brian, the giveaway is actually very simple. A prompt will pop up on the screen with a countdown telling you, get ready, contest is coming, and then a message will pop up and say that. Then a prompt will come up and it'll just say submit entry. And once you click that button, you are automatically entered. All right, everybody, wake up. 2 frames left. Chris Kelso and Sean Maldonado. Schools got that 9-pin, son. I can feel the anticipation building. Everybody waiting for Chris to throw this shot. Will it strike? He got it there and it just hooked right past the pocket. You all have to wait a little bit longer. Eyelids peeled back, staring at your screens. Hands quivering over your mice, waiting to click that button. There we go. Fire it off, Aaron. It is time to give away our second 50-inch TV of the tournament. Again, one last night, one tonight, one tomorrow night. And then we're done with the small gifts. Then we're going iPads and Xbox Ones, baby. Actually, physical size, this is probably the biggest gift of them all. Between the Apple AirPods, which we have 2 more sets of to give away tomorrow, as well as another 50-inch TV tomorrow night. Then we switch to iPads and Xbox Ones for the cashers round and all of the match play rounds. And for the TV show, we've got something really special for you. We, here at Bowl TV, alongside CBS Sports Network are going to give you a great telecast. How about that? Let's go. Tick, 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 tick. All right, it has begun. Click submit entry. It is as simple as that, I promise you. No tricks, no smoke and mirrors. All you have to do is click submit entry. Jeff, I don't have an RV, but if I won the TV, I might go buy an RV just to have an RV to put the TV in. 10 seconds. Get it in. 9 seconds. All right, who's our winner? Daniel. How about that? Great first name. Daniel Umscheid is the winner of the 50-inch TV. Congratulations, buddy. That's awesome. Daniel's been one of our regular contributors in the chat the last couple of days here at the U.S. Open. You are very welcome, sir. And thank you for being a Bold TV subscriber, and thank you to the rest of you all. Because without you all, I mean, we wouldn't be here. If the demand for this type of coverage wasn't here, Bold TV wouldn't exist. It's kind of like when the athletes thank the fans, because without the fans, they wouldn't have, you know, a league to participate in, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, NASCAR, bowling. Well, it's the same here. And we still have 14 frames of U.S. Open bowling to go. Down on the high end, 37 and 38, Brian Halen on the front. It looks like from this angle, the front 8. He is up right now on the right lane. Yes, he is on the front 8. And struck the 9th, so Brian Halen on the front 9, down on lanes 37 and 38. And for those of you that were asking about MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez, she will be on our pair for Game 8. Shot 190 the last game. Brian up in the 10th frame right now. Again, down on 37 and 38. Switch over. And take a look at this young man attempting the second 300 game of the tournament of the night. First shot in the 10th. Wraps a 10. What a good shot. The dream is over. Cameron Foster still the only player in the field with a 300 as he's going to wrap up his own 7th game here on lane 23. Let's take a look, see who we're going to have with us for the 8th and final game of the night, the 24th and final game of the day. Looks like Stephen Hahn, Anthony Nyer, Maria Jose Rodriguez, and Matt Sanders on 23 and 24. And right next door, 25 and 26, Brandon Curtis, William Hibbard, Billy Hibbard, repping St. Ambrose, Chris Warren, and Louisville's own Mike Kahn. You can't see it now because he's, I don't want to say trimmed, he's chopped it off. But Mike had a very long red beard. Long as in like down almost to the center of his chest. Just about a week and a half ago. Been growing it for I don't remember how long. But he is known as the bowling leprechaun. They'll play on his words and the fact that he's short and has red hair. He walked by me a few minutes ago and he said, if I could just not shoot 140. Shot 140 tonight and had 4 splits, and they were all far apart. They were all big ones. That's what he said, so. Crowd has certainly thinned out here as we approach 11:15. At some point today, we made up time because 8 a.m. squad took 5 hours. Got done almost right at 1 o'clock, if I remember correctly. yesterday's morning squad didn't take quite that long. It was like 10, 15 minutes shorter. We're going to get out of here about an hour sooner than they did last night. So I'm not sure where we made up the time, but whoever struck a lot, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, Daryl, that was, I just saw your comment. That was a dirty 10 pin. I mean, that was a nasty, nasty single pin. Nathan Roux-Lejoie wraps up game number 7 here on our featured pairs. 209 with an open in the third. Plus is plus for the game. Minus 156 for tonight, however. Been a bit of a struggle for Nate. Anthony Nyer plus 51. Has had himself a very good night. Matt Sanders, plus 48, so coming in sick, not feeling very well. He's plus. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 143. And Stephen Hahn, minus 186 tonight. Over on 25 and 26, Billy Hibbard. Minus 48, Mike Kahn, minus 9. He made it sound like he was bowling a lot worse. He must have put up a big game last game. That's the thing about bowlers. They always make it sound like they're bowling worse than they really are. Mike was minus 42 going into the last game. He's minus 9. Shot 233 last game. But it makes sense, the 140 comment shot 140 in the 5th game. Chris Warren plus 23 and Brandon Curtis minus 71. Heading into our final game. Yes, Joe, yeah. Yeah, Daryl, we already did have a 300 from a non-touring pro. That was Cameron Foster earlier tonight over on 21 and 22. Hey, Aaron Smith. What's up, sir? Just stopping by to say hey. What's up? Want to throw a headset on? You got stuff to do, don't you? All right, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll get him in the booth before this event is over. He can act like he's really, really busy, but he's usually just really busy. Take one really out of there and it sounds so much better. Well, Daryl, that's a good reason to miss out on Bowl TV if you're watching your kids bowl. That ball checked on Chris Warren, something awful. Chris, the 1990 USBC Masters champion and the 2018 Senior Masters champion. Well, how about this, Joe and Daryl? I got an idea. How about your kids make it to a point where they're bowling on Bowl TV? And by that point, not only will we have an app for that, not only will we have our own portable iPad-type device that is Bowl TV licensed and copyrighted, we're going to have goggles that put Bowl TV on them, on the lenses, and you can just watch it as you're walking around. I don't know how old your kids are, so technology might be might not be that far along by the time they're old enough to reach this, but who knows? I mean, to be honest, you know, we are streaming Junior Gold, and there's a U12 division, so they might be old enough now. I didn't know that. Well, how about that? I might have seen, you might have said that before, and I just, I'd have remembered that. Well, you made an excellent choice. Daryl, if we weren't friends before, we're friends now. I like to hear that. I thought I'd have remembered that. That's awesome. Oh, Mike Kahn. For those of you who haven't seen it, click right there to watch Cameron Foster's 300. Everybody loves 300 videos. I know I do. Matt Sanders coming back to watch himself bowl on the delay on my laptop. It's not bad. Yeah, I can't play favorites. You're right. Whoa, man. Anthony and I are not playing favorites that 8-pin. Get arrested for that kind of assault, brother. Woof. That was rough. All right, MJR. Let's see what she's doing that has made her skyrocket up the standings tonight. Come on, peel ball. There you go. She's in that same area of the lane that that Frankie was earlier this morning. Seems like such a long time ago. Matt Russo right next door tickles him down on lane 27. Oh, he didn't like that. And for good reason. Mike did not get around that ball. I've watched him bowl enough to know that thing came off his hand. It was very, very much end over end. Really, Brandon Curtis? Really? You gotta be kidding me, man. It is too late in the block for bowlers to have to be putting up with stuff like that. Great shot, half pocket blower 7-10. That's funny because Tim Mack is actually here. He's standing behind 33 and 34 at this moment. I got a chance to interview him at the Open Championships this year about his return from injury and what it has meant to him to make this return to bowling and what his kind of plans are for the near future. It's all very dependent on his health, but just during the 6 to 7 minute interview, he got a little emotional talking about it, and it was one of my more favorite pieces that I got to write for the OC. In fact, a little shameless plug here, but there's a look at the article I wrote back in, when was it? Back in May, about Tim making his return to the OC lanes and back to bowling after the injury. It's a pretty cool story he told. Some frustration next door out of Chris Barnes. Plus 63 on the night, and so far this game, 7 spare, 9 spare, 6 spare strike, and pitched that one out a little bit wide. Leaves the 1-2-8. Come on. Yeah, I mean, Tim's. What's up, Mike? I appreciate that, RG. Yeah, we have our Bowl TV viewers, we have a lot of fun in the chat. Kind of built a little a community, a Bowl TV community. Oh, come on. Brandon Curtis cannot buy a hit right now. Front three. Pocket 7-10, 2-10, half 7 where the scout flies across the lane but doesn't take out the 7. All right, our last score update of the day. First of all, block totals. Gene Perez, my guy, leads the block so far, plus 197. Cameron Doyle, plus 144. Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 143. Brian Halen, plus 97. And Michael Tang, plus 81. For those of you wondering, our two leaders coming in, Jason Belmonte is plus 21 for the block, and O'Neal is 37. Now the 15 game totals. With 1 game to go tonight, Bill O'Neal regains the lead after losing it following the 8th game last night. He is plus 208. Belmo plus 198. Barnes plus 190. Dick Allen 141. Sean Maldonado 139. Marshall Kent 110. Kyle Sherman 81. Brian Halen 76. Greg Ostrander 75. And Jason Sterner 65. A bunch of players plus behind them. Kim Bowlby, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Tom Doherty, Matt Russo, Michael Tang, Gene Perez, Chris Prather, Cameron Doyle, and Pete Weber all plus with 1 game to go. Only 2 players in the top 20 of this squad are minus on the night. The first being Marshall Kent is minus 12. And Pete Weber, minus 58. All right, go Tiger. We were talking about that, gosh, it seems like 12 hours ago, 13, 14 hours ago. Tiger, a 4-shot lead to tie the record tomorrow. Very nice. Tiger 81 PGA victories, one behind one of the all-time greats, Sam Snead. Of course, he's still got some room left to catch Jack. I always got, as a kid, got Jack Nicklaus and Jack Nicholson mixed up. Obviously, Nicklaus, the golfer, and Jack Nicholson, the actor. It is Mike Conn, 11:36. Well, and that's kind of what I was saying on the broadcast a couple minutes ago. This morning's squad took 5 hours, and somehow we picked up time. Because last night they didn't leave till 1. Just strike more. Yeah, you're striking more. I appreciate that. The Joker, by the way, that's a good movie. The new one with, yes. Yeah, the Joker played by Joaquin Phoenix. I will say what everyone has said on social media. First of all, I'm not going to spoil anything. Second of all, it is not a kid's movie. It is dark. It is grim. It is just evil. But man, what a good movie. Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, it was awesome to sit down with Tim Mack. And I knew about, his, I don't want to say legacy because he's obviously still with us, but I knew about how great of a bowler he was. But until I sat down and talked to him and did some research, I didn't know, that at one point, Tim Mack was the most feared bowler on the planet. What was it in the article I wrote? He's won tournaments on 5 of the 7 continents. Yeah. I think the only continents he hasn't won titles on were Africa and Antarctica. All right, we're getting down to it now. 1 frame left on 25 and 26. 2 frames left on 23 and 24. Not that I'm looking forward to leaving you all, but I am looking forward to crawling in bed for about 5 hours. Which I feel bad because it's more than E got last night. There was, RG, in writing this article, I did look it up. Matt Canizero and I were talking in the OC office that day. There was it was a 2-lane, as it wasn't a bowling center, but it was like a rec area at one of the polar exploration bases on the South Pole. It's no longer there. It was around, gosh, what was it? Was it the 80s? See, you can make me look this up now. Yeah, the little-known bowling alley at McMurdo Station in Antarctica. Back in '61, the U.S. Navy built it there. It was a U.S. research center. The two-lane alley featured a Brunswick manual pin set system, which required pin setters to clear fallen pins and place new ones by hand. There's actually a picture of it. The little pins look like penguins. That's funny and sad at the same time. It was dismantled in 2009 due to decades of wear on the alley and the alley building. So up until '09, there was a bowling center, excuse me, on Antarctica. See, that's what you get at quarter to midnight on Bowl TV when we've been here for almost 16 hours. Antarctican bowling centers. Mike Kahn 193, Billy Hibbard strike for 220. We'll put him minus 28 on the night. Excuse me. Peel ball, come on Maria, good shot. Chris Warren has been feast or famine this game, either strikes or splits. Come on, OG. The OG, not Matt O'Grady, but the OG, Chris Warren. Double fist clinch coming back from that. Anthony Nyer, hard wrap on the 7-pin. See, the young buck over there should have taken a note from the wily fox next to him. So you don't always have to destroy the pocket to carry. Sometimes you can just tickle him down. There you go. Brandon Curtis said, you know what, I've hit the pocket twice tonight in this game and not been rewarded for it. I'm going to go to the other side. Hook, peel. There you go. Hit him thin, watch him spin. Oh, gee. You know, and Tony, when I said it, I knew it was wrong. It's Joaquin Phoenix. It came out of my mouth, and I was like, ah. And he is, like, sneakishly in a lot of good movies. Like, anyone who hears that actor's name, everyone has a different, Joaquin Phoenix movie they associate with him. For me, it's always Gladiator. Now it's going to be hard not to be Joker, but Gladiator is the original Joaquin Phoenix movie for me. He and Russell Crowe are just awesome in that movie. Come on, Brandon. There you go. Late fall on the 10. Brandon's in the 240s. Solid game for him. That'll get him. Strike here puts him minus 26 on the night. Anthony Nyer wraps up a plus 24 effort after being minus about 215 after yesterday. So a great bounce back. Billy O walks by the real deal, Bill O'Neill. 183 the last game for plus 20 on the night. Not very happy with that. Last shot for Brandon Curtis. We'll finish up 25 and 26. And we'll flip over and give you some bonus coverage over on 27 through 30 once these guys wrap up right here in front of us. What we got? Carson Lindberger, Chris Barnes, Jason Sterner, Chris Kelso. Aha, I got it right that time. Sean Maldonado, Zach Tackett. We'll flip over to those guys once we wrap up the 10th right here. Still a few pair on the high end going, however. He was in 8mm, as well was James Gandolfini. All right, who wants Maria to strike here? Let's put her in the 2 teens. Got it right. Is there hook? There is hook. Oh, gosh, is there hook? There's hook. Found it. All right, let's see. 19 through 22 are pretty much done. So once she throws this last shot, we'll flip over to 27 through 30. They've still got a frame or 2 left. Plus 145 on the night for MJR. Great shooting. That puts her in position tomorrow to make a run at a check. Now we'll flip over to 27 through 30. Barnes a clean 190. Lost a lot of count early on. Actually, the way it worked out, he lost count on that 6th spare because his 7 was in the first frame. That other 7 was after a strike. Lost some count on the 2 8s late in the game, but still clean 190 plus 53 on the night. Cameron Doyle's had a good night. It's been an adventurous night. He's been on the gutter with urethane. He's been left of 4th arrow with resin. Now he's back to the right throwing resin. He has certainly worked to get to about plus 138 tonight. See, Jason Sterner can punch out here for 204. Put him plus 10 on the evening. Piping it up the outside. Gets the strike. See who else is on that pair. Get my sheet out. Foster striking again. Chance at 248. Sterner can't get it. So he's going to be dead even on the day, assuming the single pin spare. Matt Russo, what you got for me? Slabs out the half 10. Good shot by Foster. We will let Cameron wrap up his 10th. I don't know what everybody has planned for tomorrow. I know it's an NFL Sunday. So hopefully we can dominate your attention in the morning. Make sure all your fantasy rosters are set. I got to make sure I do that myself. Ooh, Scouts the 10. Oh, left the 7. I didn't see the 7 up there. Set your fantasy rosters. You never want to forget that, especially if you're leading a division in your league or you're in contention. That's a mistake every fantasy player has made at least once in their life, and it's not something you want to do. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here at Victory Lanes in Mooresville, North Carolina. Another solid 16 hours of coverage, and we've got more. Now, the Vikings already played, but we won. Another 16 hours of coverage coming to you tomorrow. Again, same times, 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 6 p.m. A big thank you to all of our viewers here on Bowl TV as well as our simulcast over on Flow. We appreciate your attention, and we hope that we can grab some of that attention tomorrow during NFL Sunday. I know it's a big day. Don't forget, Apple AirPods tomorrow. Round 1, Round 2, 50-inch TV, Round 3. And we talked about we might switch it up. We might give the TV away a little earlier. So we'll see. But again, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow during Day 3 of qualifying here at the 2019 U.S. Open. This has been a Bowl TV production of the 2019 USBT Open. Excuse me, U.S. Open. It's getting tired. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We will see you tomorrow.